Good evening. I am back. Not been feeling great for the past 2 weeks, but I'm feeling somewhat recovered, which is good. And before my untimely illness, I put out a poll saying, who would be interested in a coding stream? And it was 80%. Yeah. It was kind of 90% yeah. But there's more nuance than that. So, we're gonna do one, which will be pretty cool. I've got a game I want to make. I'm not entirely sure the ins and outs of it, but I find it's not good to know the ins and outs of it anyway, because the ins and outs of it will change, you know? Like, you have an idea, you start making it, and then as you're making it, you go, oh, that's cool. Maybe it could do this. And it evolves over time. That's the case for me, at least. So, I've got a game that I've kind of been working on, but it's in a very weird state. I don't really know where it's going. Here it is. My little game. You got a little guy. He can move around. Pretty nice. He can push things. He can move things. He can get caught on things. Shit, man. When you get caught on someone, it's pretty janky, I'll be honest. Ugh. And I have these little doors. These little door things. Which are the main thing I'm kind of focusing on. Not just the doors, though. I know focusing on doors is not the most exciting thing in the world. But it's not just the doors. I shouldn't have trapped myself in this corridor. Let me out. Oh, God damn it. Freedom! So. What's this? Who knows? What's this? Who knows? What's the deal with this? Who knows? Why can I do that? Who knows? Why can I do this? Who knows? Why can I grab a door and stop it from closing or opening, and then fail to do it because the door's too strong? Who knows? There's a lot of who knows in this game right now. I'm not entirely sure what direction it's going. But we're going to work on it. Evolve which direction it is going. It should really have sound. But I know for a fact I can't do sound, so it ain't getting sound anytime soon. Look, door. I'll get that out the way for you. There you go. What's that? Who knows? What are these? Who knows? Little doors. Thank you. And that's basically all there is to my game right now. Ooh. Check this out. If I stand here for too long. Oh, they got me good. I'm actually stuck now. I can tweak myself a little bit, but I'm legitimately stuck. I think there is a way you can cheese your way out. If you, like, wiggle the door. You can sort of... Hey, Brian! Looks like Meatwad from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. The player guy, I'm not really sure what they're going to be yet. I was going to make them a robot, but I thought it might detract from something. Everything else is a robot. I'm sure I can get out of this door. I'm sure I can. I'm sure there's a trick to it. You've got to, like... There we go. Freedom! So I've got a few mechanics here. How they all fit together, I haven't quite decided yet. But I do know that they do fit together. They play really well together. Which is nice. But yeah, I don't really know where we go from there. So that's what we figure out today. Did I not update the collision mesh on these doors? No. So then, I also have this thing, which currently doesn't do anything. I think this is what we're going to work on next. And it's basically a little tool with a crank on it, look. You can crank the crank. What does the crank do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But if you push it over here, then maybe you can slot it into one of these things. And then what does the crank do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But will it do something? Yeah. What will it do? I think it depends what it's plugged into. I think. Hello, G-Boon. What am I making? Well, that's what I'm currently in the process of trying to figure out. Currently, it's just a kind of bizarre... I don't really know what. So I had an initial game idea that I came up with about a year ago. And this was supposed to be the core mechanic. Sort of. And it was called... this is in Unity, yeah. The game is called Sleeper Keeper. The idea was that you're on, like, a generation ship, and you're, like, a maintenance guy, and these are the sleeper caskets, and you have to look after them. That was the initial idea. That's why I have this thing. So you can take a sleeper casket and you can plug it into a socket, I've called them. And then you'd have to... I honestly can't think of what the gameplay for actually maintaining a sleeper casket would be. So in the meantime, I've just been making random shit. I like my doors, though. I think my doors are really cool. And I've been working on... So, you see how the the door has got like these eyes, obviously. So I have these things called robot cores. This is a robot core. And the idea is that these robot cores will be plugged into pretty much every mechanism. And this reminds you of Qbert. I mean, I wasn't going for a Qbert vibe, but I'll take it. I actually need to decide what the main guy is going to look like. I really need to decide. I'm going to get myself trapped again because it's quite fun. It's surprisingly fun getting trapped in a door and trying to figure out how to get out. It's a surprisingly fun problem to be in. Can I guess holding the rock did the job. Oh, I think I pulled the rock into its area of effect. So these doors have got like an area. It's like about that much, where if anything moves into it, they'll open. So you can kind of cheese the door by pushing stuff into it. So anyway, this is like all the stuff that's in the game. See, he's got himself stuck. He's trying to wiggle the jam to get it open, but it's not working out for him. But if I go near, he'll go, okay, I'll open. Pretty neat, right? How many dev hours so far? Not many. I don't know, maybe 12. This glitches it out. Hang on. I can glitch it. I can glitch it. I want to glitch it. No, it was too clever. It's too potent. It's unglitchable. So, yeah, there's not been much dev work. I spent quite a lot of time building the sprites, believe it or not. I'm not an artist. It's not easy for me to make art. But I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm doing okay. I think it's good enough, except for the player who looks like dog shit. I think the rest of it looks alright, personally. Oh no, my lighter's not working. This is a disaster. This is an unmitigated disaster. Or is it? So, what are we working on now? That's the question. And this is where I need to actually decide what I'm doing with this game. Because I've got some pretty cool mechanics. I could have ChatGPT do my artwork. No, I couldn't, man. It's not good enough. Not for pixel art. It's not. It doesn't understand. I have been using ChatGPT to help me with the coding. Not that I need help, for the record, but it's pretty good for doing menial shit that I don't want to do. But look, if I go to ChatGPT and I say, can you give me some pixel art for my game? It's a top-down game, and I need a player sprite. I mean truly top-down, not lame sort of side-on like most pixel art RPGs, etc. Make it, I don't know, 128 by 128. It's not going to be good for the art. I believe that with all my heart. Now, I'll grant you, if I was making a side-on game, this is pretty good. But you know what it doesn't understand? It doesn't understand the concept of a top-down game. It doesn't understand the concept. Like a truly top-down game. That is not top-down. The guy is clearly standing up. It needs to be a bird's eye view. You made a shitty game with ChatGPT? That's cool. It is good for that kind of stuff. Like, I use it quite a lot when I just can't be arsed to figure something out. I'll just give it the code and go, what do you suggest? And then it'll come up with some shitty suggestion. Did all the programming for you? Yeah. You can't trust it to do that for anything complex, but for simple things it's alright. Also, that's actually not a bad sprite, eh? It's not terrible. It's not truly top-down. But it is probably close enough. Neato. Can you make one that is more sci-fi? Bonus points if the legs and arms are separate sprites. ChatGPT is really hit or miss, yeah. Especially when it comes to code, you've just got to ignore its code half the time. You've got to take the spirit of its code and go, oh yeah, that's useful. And then change it and then show it what you changed it to. And it'll be like, oh, yeah, that's much better. You son of a bitch. That is also pretty rad. But again, it's not a bird's eye view. The problem is that the chat GPT I'm talking to is not what's generating the image, right? It's going off to Dolly, and Dolly's generating the image. So all chat GPT is doing is telling Dolly what to write. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's why it says, look, with a true top-down perspective, it doesn't know what Dolly sent back. What you can do is you can actually show it and go, does that look like a top-down perspective to you? Sprite is indeed. You son of a bitch. Exactly. Seems the angle might have a slight tilt to it. Hey, Zoltando. Yes, you understand. Please do. Try using image generator instead of Dolly. What do you mean by image generator? Callum is teaching the AI, God help us all. Yeah. It doesn't learn. But that's okay. Well, it learns to an extent. See what I mean by it cannot do top-down perspective? It did that one top-down thing, and that's the only thing it's ever done. Although I probably could use those arms. But we're not going to, right? Using AI to do the art is just telling myself, Callum, you don't need to learn a skill. I would quite like to learn a skill. And I've been making the art for my game, and I think it's alright. I think it's acceptable. And I think it will get better the more I learn. So F using Dolly to make my art. So. Oh yeah, I know the custom GPTs, yeah. Are you saying that the image generation ones are better? Because I've made a few custom GPTs, and I'm not sure how the image generation ones could be better. But maybe they are. I've made a whole bunch of my own GPTs. I've made some really cool ones. Really, really, really cool ones. I made one where you can feed it fake news and have it believe that it's true. So you can tailor it to believe whatever you want, which is pretty sweet. It's very skeptical, is ChatGPT. But if you can pretend to be a source of authority, you can convince it of quite a lot of shit. So, what are we actually going to do? I would like to make a new player sprite. As much as I love the blob, and I think the blob is pretty great, I would like to improve upon it. But what I really want to do is figure out what this game is all about. Like, that's what I'm missing. Figuring out what the hell this game is all about. Because I just don't know. I think it's fun to mess about in. But I cannot for the life of me actually come up with like, I should make the game be this or that. Or whatever. Oh shit, I got myself jammed. There we go. Need a Callum GPT stream for me when I'm busy. I'm never busy. That's the sad truth. I'm never busy. I've just been unwell. Which is a different thing entirely. So I think what I want to do is maybe make something other than a door. Maybe. That's a bit glitched out, isn't it? Maybe make something other than a door. Hehehehe. The perfect crime? Oh. God damn it. Wonder what happens if I make this heavier. Where are you? Can I make you heavier? What if I make you weigh like, I don't know, 30? Much harder to move, but can the door still push it? Yes. Okay, what if I want to make it so that the door can't push it, right? What if I lower the mass of the door? Can you still push? Yeah, but you're having a harder time of it. Alright, yeah, that's a glitch. You can pull the door out of its socket. Not ideal. I made this boulder way too heavy. What if I reduce its mass to like the lowest it'll go? I want to make it so that a door can be blocked by a boulder. Perfect. I'm just trying to cheese it, look, by going around. And I've got myself stuck. Okay. So, I'm still not entirely sure what we're doing here. What I did want to do is I want to add power. Power. That's what I want to do. Power. So I want to make it so that a door has power, and when it has no power, you have to manually drag it open and stuff. So, for that, I want to make an interface I powered, which has max charge, current charge, some means of, yeah, take power from and give power to. So we make him implement that. For now, he can have a max charge of, I don't know, 100. A current charge of 50. And take power from says so we've got power, we've got current power. Can we afford it? Available amount is charge rate, current charge minus power. Actually, you need to just be an equals. There we go. Right, so we've got how much we can take. Then let's take the amount that's available. Hello, loser. I'm not saying that to be cruel. It's just a fact. How's it going? It's going all right. I've got zero direction in what I'm actually trying to do. So I'm just kind of freestyling, which is okay. What's the idea? Well, that's what I'm not entirely sure about. I had an idea, but the more I develop the idea, the less I understand what the idea actually entails. So I'm just kind of working with the mechanics that I've made and seeing where it takes me. Which I think is a pretty good way to do things, honestly. You mean the game concept? So the game concept initially was a kind of maintenance game where you are on a generation ship and you've been woken up to look after the people who are sleeping in storage. That's the concept. Then I started making it and I put physics into it so I could drag like the caskets around, like the sleeper caskets. I put physics in to drag those around. I got that working. I thought, hey, this is pretty cool. Then I thought, I could use physics for like other stuff as well. Because I didn't want to animate doors. So I put physics into the doors. And I thought, hey, that's pretty cool. And then I'm kind of like, okay, I don't really know where to go from here. Setting kind of sounds like the game Colony Ship. Yeah, the setting is like that, except Colony Ship is more of an RPG, right? Colony Ship. I actually played through Colony Ship, yeah. Colony Ship's like an RPG where it's all about, I don't know, you're just kind of dicking about, right? Whereas, and you've got a plot, etc. Whereas this is more about actually, you're just a maintenance guy and you're looking after the sleeper caskets. So the setting is very similar. Except I think in that game they weren't sleepers, right? It was like a generation ship where everyone was awake. You always like settings where you're not extremely important, but more of a cog in a massive machine. Yeah, and that's kind of the feel, right? I want it to be. So the way I'm doing it at the moment. Hang on, let me just do this function. Otherwise, I'm never going to get anywhere. So we're giving power to it. Needed amount equals this max charge minus this current charge. Provided amount equals power is needed amount. No, power minus needed amount. This current charge plus equals provided amount. And return power minus provided amount. Right, so now we can give power to a door, and we can take power away from a door. The genie gave you your power. He can take it away. Callie says, put chicks in the ship that crave your attention. No. But I am putting... One thing that I did, just for a bit of a laugh, right, was I gave the doors those eyes. The doors have eyes, right? So I gave the doors eyes, and I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. Then I made it so that the eyes followed you and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Then I started thinking, and I was like, hey, what if the doors were actually like characters? Like they could get angry and stuff, and they could come to resent you. Like what if you pissed off a door too much, it started not respecting you? Or what if you had like a malicious door and it was open, and when you tried to walk through it, it like closed and tried to trap you in it? Huh? Huh? So then I thought, that's pretty cool. Exactly, a door reputation system. Exactly that. Like they're clearly powered by some sort of artificial intelligence, right? Clearly. Otherwise, why are they watching you? What if they don't like you? What if they don't like you? And then I thought, that's quite a neat idea. So, I've been trying to implement that. Like, I want to add like a trust level, or like, I don't know, like you say, a door reputation system. Doors in the area will know what the door saw. Yeah. And like you can befriend the doors by like helping them out and stuff. But I'm not, so like I said I wanted to make like I wanted to make it be about, I'll help you out, man. I wanted to make it about how can you help out the doors? Giving them power. Make them need oil. Yeah, stuff like that, right? Doing maintenance on a door would make it like you more. There could be all sorts of ways that you befriend doors, right? Maintenance. Using it often. You might be like, oh, this guy. I like this guy. He's always coming through here. And showing respect. You know? Not dicking about, wasting the door's time, going, no, 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 no. You can't close. Because then it gets pissed off and it does close. You know? There could be all sorts of ways to increase your reputation with a door. So I think that'd be pretty cool. But then when I started thinking about like the door reputation system, I thought, what's that got to do with being on a ship and maintaining sleeper caskets? And the idea was nothing. But I thought, well, it's pretty cool, so I'm going to do it anyway. And then I thought, what if it's not just the doors that have personalities? What if everything has personalities? What if like the not the sleeper caskets, but like, so hang on, let me just clear this rubble out of the way so we can go back to the start. What if like, so you have a sleeper casket, right? Which goes into a socket, and that's what powers the casket and gives it like, I don't know, its nutrients or whatever. I haven't figured that out yet. I've got no idea. This is what I mean when I said I've got no idea what maintaining sleeper caskets would actually involve. I thought it was a cool idea for a game, And then I realized, what the hell does that even mean? What is maintaining a sleeper casket? What does it even mean? And I've got no idea. I know it's probably something that would have to happen, but I've got no idea mechanically what that would even mean. Or how to make it engaging. But anyway, so I thought, let's give these sockets eyes as well, right? Make them into people. Not people, but you know. I've called these things robot cores. And we could give the sleeper socket, which is what that is, a socket. We could give this thing a personality as well. And I don't really know how that'd work either. Here's the thing. This is what I mean. I've got no direction whatsoever. Maybe you have to give them nutrients with an IV. Well, yeah, right? Like, So I created this system. If we go back over here. This isn't a very fleshed out system, but it is a system. So you see these things? These things are utility ports, I think I've called them, or utility slots. And you can plug stuff into them, which is... This is the only one I've made, which is just a hand crank that you can plug into a utility slot, and then you can do something with it. So I want to make it now so that these doors over here, I want to make it so doors have a power level, and these doors are going to have no power, and you have to go up there, you have to get the crank, you have to plug it into a slot, and then you can crank it and give the door power. And then the door will be like, hey, cool, you're an okay dude. And then the door will start working, because it'll have power. That's what we're working on at the moment, getting that cycle going. But when it comes to the caskets, so I think the sockets that the caskets get stored in would probably have some requirements in the same way that a door needs power. So like, yeah, nutrients, exactly. Nutrients, maybe some sort of cooling stuff, maybe, I don't know, something. And you can put stuff in there as well. But again, I'm really not sure how the maintenance stuff would actually work. I've got no idea. I've become more invested in these little doors. It's a sad fact. I'm more invested in the doors than the actual purpose of the game. So, can I make characters where I can trade the sleeping caskets for something powerful? Oh, that's an idea, trading the people. It's not a bad idea. Like, they are a resource, right? I think there should be some important decisions you can make regarding them. You need to land on planets to gather resources for the ship. No. Absolutely not. There'll be no landing on planets. We're in the middle of deep space. But I am thinking that you'll have to scavenge the ship itself. So I kind of want the ship to be kind of run down. And you've been woken up because everything's fucked, basically. Like, you're the ship's last resort. So you wake up, everything's going to shit. That's why there's rubble in this corridor where you wake up. This is like tutorial zone I'm trying to make at the moment. So you wake up in your little sleeper room as Mr. Maintenance or whatever. You get woken up. Oh, the ship is fucked. Everything's broken. We need you to go and look after stuff. We need you to fix things. We need you to do whatever. So you go down here, la 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 la. Oh shit, everything really is fucked. All these doors are going to be malfunctioning in different ways, where you have to do different solutions to fix them. Because it's a tutorial, right? So like this door will have no power, and you just drag it open, which you can do, so that'll be cool. You have to just drag this door open. I guess that'll just be asleep if it's got no power. You move these out the way. This one, you just have to dislodge, and then it'll start working fine. This one, you have to power up with the hand crank, then you can get through. And then there's a big old question mark as to what comes next. A big old question mark. But first, we need to make it so that these need power, and you can power them with this hand crank. So, they now have power, technically. So let's update our door, our eyes, to show you how much power a door has. So I've been thinking about these robot cores for a while, and I created a sprite specifically for it. What was I going to call it? Just the indicator, I guess. Or display. It's its display. It might not be used for power on everything. So it's its display, and it has where are you? That. Oh, right. What layer are you on? Robot core. 5, 6, 7, 8? No way. Oh, you're on the UI layer. No. Right, that thing is supposed to be bigger than that. Where's my sprites? Robot. I created this thing. Set sprite settings. Which automatically updates my sprite to be the right format and stuff. Looks like the robot from Short Circuit. Yeah, that's kind of the inspiration I was going for. That kind of thing. Like that combined with Wall-E. That kind of feel. So I want to make them able to emote. You know how I was saying like you'd be able to piss off a door and it'd become vengeful? I want each robot core to be able to have its own personality, basically. Right, so we have a display. And we should make a script for that. I doing? Robot core display as a sprite renderer. Make his eyes turn red when he gets mad. Yeah, exactly, right? And I definitely can do that. Like, I've got it all set up so that that is definitely something we can do. You just have to modify the eyeball. You know? We can turn them into devil robots. The old devil robot. I guess it'd be the... Well, would it? Maybe it's the pupil you'd want to turn red. Now he just looks high. Well, anyway, we can definitely do that kind of thing. He does look more high than mad, I agree. I definitely agree. So we definitely can do that kind of thing. And that's the kind of stuff I want to do, like, give them a bit of visual distinction depending on their mood. I hate that colour has the American spelling. I really resent it. Right, so let's move that into its own file. Hello, Mr. Fox. How's it going so far? Not bad. Really not bad. Really not bad at all. Just very unfocused on what the game actually is. But I think it's going okay. Oh, I need to make it so the core has access to the display, right? Right, the core's got access to the display. And that's pretty cool. So you need to implement display, and then the core can have access to the display. Nice. Usually very unfocused when programming. It's not to do with the actual goal, more of you procrastinating. Yeah, for me it's the goal. Like, if I have a goal, I'll go ham on it. But I don't really have a goal at the moment. I'm just kind of adding things and seeing where they take me, which is fine. And I'm getting some cool stuff out of it. But, you know. Right. So, the door has a power level. The core has a display. Now I have these things called behaviors. So I've got this... No, these things called roles, rather. So this is the door role. So you can... For a robot core, you can give it a role. And this one is for if you're telling it, by the way, you're controlling a door. Right? Then it has all the logic. So in the update, that's where it says if you're jammed, try and kind of wiggle your way out of it. If there's anyone near, start looking at them and open your door. If there's nobody near, scan the area, which is where he kind of looks left and right and then closes his door. So in here, this is where we'd put all our cool stuff, like yeah, I know, right? Like that's why I don't mind making stuff this way, because sometimes you just make random shit and then it inspires you, which is exactly what's been happening here. So in here, we want to say this dot core display set color to be, we need to actually come up with a color. We've got this door current charge. Max charge. Charge ratio. Now is where we hit up the old GPT, because I can't be bothered to think about this too hard. Hello, friend. Take a look at this. It's in Unity. I want to set the color between, I don't know, gray and yellow or something based on the charge ratio. Give me it. I can't be bothered to think about this. Ah, yeah, color lerp. That's the one. Thank you. Let's make these variables. Yeah. No power color. I don't know what these colors should be, but now we'll do gray and white. Max power color. I mean gray and yellow. There we go. Let's see if that works. So now they should be like a mix between grey and yellow, because we haven't actually set the power to be used on anything, which is fine. I just want to check that it actually does set it. Yeah, that's probably a mix of grey and yellow, right? But then I also, as well as doing the power indicator, we can do something potentially cool here. So the robot eye has two eyelids, right? I want to copy these two. Original top Y and original bottom Y. Mr. Fox says, I'm going to head off now, but it's been lovely stopping by. Really big fan of the way things have eyes. I think that's such a neat little thing. Me too, man! And that was one of those things where I was just dicking about, and then I really enjoyed it. I think the things having eyes is actually going to convert into being a core mechanic of the game, you know? I honestly believe that. So let's set original bottom Y equals open bottom Y. Original top Y is open top Y. And then we want something for setting how squinted the eyes are, right? Set squint, set closed ratio. So we can pass in a number between 0 and 1, let's say, that tells us how closed the eyes are. So then we can say I think we just multiply it. Open top Y equals original top Y times ratio. That should be set open ratio. And then we do the same for the bottom. And that gives us a function that when we call it, will make the eyes squint. Pretty cool. So then we can go to the robot core, not the robot core, the door core roll. And at the same time as we set the color, we've got the charge ratio. We can say this robot core. Wait, I need to bubble this out. Does the robot core have access to the eyes? Yeah. Let's pass this through. Oh my god, did I put that on the eyeball? No, it's on robot core eye. So robot core has access to... Oh, it's got access to the frame. Yeah, go figure. Okay. Set open ratio. So this says, okay, for my eye, set the ratio. Then this can say left eye, set ratio. And then we can control the eyes independently if we want as well, which is nice. So then, back to the door control, we can say robot core, set eye open ratio, charge ratio. And now the eyes should be open based on how much energy they've got. If they've got no energy, the eyes will be fully closed. If they've got energy, the eyes will come to light. Pretty cool, in theory. So because we've set the energy to default to 50, they should be half closed. They are not. Well, shit. Maybe they will be after the first time he blinks? after the first time he blinks. I see. That's how it is, huh? But you have energy. Okay, other door. Are your eyes closed? Okay, clearly something's wrong. Let's have a look. You. What's wrong with you? He is blinking, you can see it. I think what's happening is... I know exactly what's happening. The eyes, when they close, are not actually only closing as far as they need to. They're closing to cover the entire eye. Like if I disable the left eye, no, not the left eye. If I disable the left, the right eye's lower eyeball, eyelid rather, that's kind of working as intended, right? It's 50%. So the problem is their end point is too far. But it is mostly working. So the issue is, hey Delhi, what am I programming in? Unity, therefore C#. So the issue is that in the eye... No, the issue isn't in the eye. The issue is in the... blinking behavior. Blink randomly behavior. Which is very complex. But basically... this should fix it. Maybe. I would love to explain why that'll fix it, but I'm not going to. You can take my word for it. Come on, little guy. Okay, it turns out it didn't fix it. But I really feel like it should have. Hang on, let's look at this eye again. I think he's just never blinking, right? That should have fixed it. Only close to be... So that was 0 before. Which is fine. Keep closing until you're at zero. I get it. I finally understand. It's all about these zeros. Some of these zeros. So that is the limit of when he considers himself to be closed. That is where he's moving to. And that is where the top one is moving to. So that needs to be top. And that needs to be top. So I'm only checking the top eyelids. I want to believe that this time it actually will have fixed it. I think it still won't fix until after the first blink, but that is a solvable problem. I think post first blink it'll be fine. You son of a bitch. But I changed the logic. Oh look, now they're only opening half. Wait, have I been a fool? A fool of a toque? Have I been a fool of a toque? So, the eye comes in here, right? This is my blink randomly behavior. This just controls the eyelids for a single eye. So it says, okay, I'm open. Has it been long enough that I can start closing again? I'll start closing again. I'm closing. I'm going to get how quickly I should close. And then I'm going to calculate my new position that I'm moving towards, which has my current local position and it has my target position. My target position should be, for the top eyelid, it should be half of my open eyelid, right? My open eyelid top. Because we've got... Hello, Max. Open eyelid top. I'm moving towards halfway down from where I am. And then I'm going back to where I should be. What's weird is that I haven't touched the going back stuff, but they're not going back anymore. So if I undo all these changes, right, and we go back to those all being 0, then he will blink normally. I think. I hope. He won't. Same issue's gonna happen. Wake up. Please wake up. Okay, so I think the actual issue is back in the eye. I only want to... Why don't I just do the easy solution to this? The real solution. So the problem is that the eyelids, if we look at the eyelids, right, each individual eyelid is designed that it can close the entire eye. That's where the problem is. So why don't I just, like, move it to be twice as far away? I don't actually know if that's the right solution. The actual solution might be to decrease its width by a half. That probably is the real solution. But let's see what this does. It's always fun to experiment. Sometimes weird stuff happens and you go, oh, that's cool. Hey, look, it worked for one eye. Sort of. It sort of worked for one eye. I think it did work for one eye. He's just not going to close his eyes until they are more than 50% low on energy, which isn't great. And they're still going all the way to 0. But that's what the other problem fixes. So what if, instead of moving the eyelids, which I think was the wrong call anyway, what if we cut their size in half? How do they look? Fine. Yeah, so we do that. We probably bring them in a bit closer. So we need to do that for both. Now, I don't expect this to work, but I expect it to be a bit closer. Blink. Sure. Why not? Great. He's had a stroke. Poor little robot's had a stroke. Why has a robot had a stroke? It's weird because his eyes should be behaving the same. Why would they be behaving differently? Maybe they're not behaving differently. No, they're not. It was an optical illusion. Although I'm sure that they were before, but fair enough. So now the issue is that they're still going to the origin. I feel like there's a really easy solution to this. Like a really, really easy solution. I think I very much half-assed these eyes when I put them in. Eyelid. What if your pivot is like up there? Sure. And then let's go back into the eye. Eyelid lower. Eyelid whatever. I think he might need rotating, but let's see how that goes. Changing the pivot might have been enough. I think I need to rotate one of the eyelids 180 degrees. Yep. They are squint, look. The left and right eye are behaving differently. I thought they were. But then when I looked at it enough, it went back to normal, right? Still, you can see here that the top one is actually working correctly, I think. The top eyelid. Yeah, it's 50% the way down. And to make the bottom one work correctly, I think we just need to rotate it 90 degrees. I mean, doing it in the editor probably won't work, but... It almost did. Almost. So... rotate this one 180 degrees. And then move it? But why would I need to move it? Don't move it? See what happens? I feel like we're very close to a solution. It's interesting that they're not starting out squinted, which they should be. Okay, that was the opposite of a solution. Because I rotated the wrong eye. Apparently the player terrifies it and it doesn't want to look at us. Yeah, that must be it. Right, I can say with 0% confidence that this time it's going to work. Again, it's working for one eye. But why? The eyes are literal clones of each other. Why are you working but the other one isn't? What's wrong with you, right eye? What? What? But, 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 but left eye was working a second ago. I think it's to do with rounding errors. Yeah. Half pixels, etc. What if I select him and I say snap to pixel position? What if I select the right eye and I snap that to pixel position? What if I do it with the eyelids? It's the eyelids, right? I feel like he's still not... Right, look. If I swear I'm losing my mind. That eye was working perfectly until I went into the editor. Yeah. Right eye is working fine. Although it's actually left eye because this guy's flipped upside down. How about if I look at one of the other ones? I just don't trust that when I checked the editor, it changed. So I want to see one of the other ones. See what their dealio is. You know, in hindsight, I should really just move these rocks out the way, eh? Like, permanently. You're doing the squint as well. They're all doing the squint. They're all giving me the side eye. But then if I go into the editor and I select the eyeball, why did he change? Why did he change? Am I just not setting it? No, I'm setting it on left and right. I'm setting it on left and right. Is... Yeah, left and right are set up properly. Why does right eye have these positioned up here? Right eye is a left eye. They're both just eyes. What if I nuke right eye and I replace it? It's so crazy it just might work. Where is my mind? Pretty sure this isn't door 4. I should have done it in the door prefab. Where is the door prefab? There we go. Yeah. It's kind of weird that it's not updating him. I think it's because I manually overrid a bunch of his shit when I was testing. And then I need to hook right eye up again. And now, I know I've said it a lot, but maybe, just maybe, now, they'll both play ball. Aha! Nice. And he looks kind of tired, right? He looks a bit tired. He looks like he's kind of fed up with life. So then, let's say I find this door, which is door 4. Can I cannot tweak its current power from there. Fair enough. Let's just set it to be, just for now, just for testing, let's make it 25 instead. And then we need to update it so that the power can actually be drained. Took us way longer than I was hoping for to get that eye to work. But I think it should do now. We also need to... It doesn't seem to be working until after the first blink, right? We need to solve that issue, sort of. It's not massively vital. All robots will blink at some point, presumably. But we should probably fix it. Now he just looks like he doesn't trust us. I wonder if it should only affect the lower eyelid. Then it'd look more like tired, less like thinks we're doing something sus. But let's try and fix that issue. um This top eyelid. No, I can't just mess with the transform. Mm, mm. I don't think that's going to work as a solution, but it might. No, it won't. The problem we have is currently, no matter what we set the eyelid ratio to be, it'll only get updated per blink, which is maybe okay. Maybe, depending on the frequency of blinks. It's not ideal though, is it? Yeah, it's not really ideal. Okay, well, that's a problem for future me. We have a door. The door has power. The door does not currently spend power. We can do something like can open. So we can set. I don't think this is how we want to do it, but it's a good start. Open, close. Yeah, I really don't think this is how we want to implement it, but it's good for prototyping. So we can now say, does it have enough power to open or close? If can open. If you can't open, just return. If you can open, we need to subtract the cost. And if can closed, can close. If you can't close. Right, so now you can only open and close it if you've got enough energy. That's fine. And then this is fine. Cool. He'll try and close it. He'll try and open it, but it's not going to do anything, so it doesn't really matter. Awesome. So now we should see that they can only... I mean, this isn't the ideal solution because the energy levels are just going to jump. But it's a good starting off point. So he will only be able to afford to... Has he already spent all his energy? He should have enough, right? It's greater than or equal to... Also, I'm going to let them start with 100 for now. That'll be fine. So now they'll be able to get off 4 door interactions before they run out of power. Which isn't a lot, but who cares? That's all stuff that can be tweaked via settings, right? Blink. He's a little bit tired. Oh, he's closed the door. He's a bit more tired. Oh, he's opened the door again. He's a bit more tired. And he's spent all his energy. You're not going to do your final blink now? You son of a turd. Let me out. Why isn't he closing anymore? His power's at 0 now, it's fully grey. So he should have fully closed eyes. Right? Yeah, his current charge should be 0. Why are his eyes still open? Um... 0.09. Because of that one change I made. Remember that one change I made? Where it was in here. No, I never ended up making that change. So it goes here. It says charge ratio should be 0. We know that works because current color is going to grey. So then it goes in here. It goes in here. It goes in here. And it sets the top to be 0, presumably, because it's timesing it by 0. And it sets the bottom to be 0, because it's timesing it by 0. So why the actual F is it not 0? This is lame, but I haven't thought of a better way to do it. I just want to see what the current charge is. In the old editoroo. This will let us do that. Once this gets done. Right, let's have a look, see what's going on. Whoa! The requested operation caused a stack overflow. What? Yep, that'd do it. Fair's fair. Well played. If you want to know what current charge is, just return current charge. That would have definitely caused the problem. This time, the eye isn't going to close, but we're at least going to know why. So here's the door. It has 75 energy, apparently, which is weird because I'm sure I set it to 100. Oh, but then it closed itself. Okay, cool. Am I looking at the right door? No, I'm looking at the wrong door. He's got 50 current charge. He's got 25 current charge. He's got 0 current charge. So now he won't open. That makes sense. But his eyes should be fully closed as well. Because it's got 0. And if it's got 0, then we've already been through the chain. This should be setting that to 0. Unless it's a goddamn floating point issue. But I felt like even with a float, 0 divided by something is going to come back as 0. I can't even just put a debugger in here. Otherwise we're going to get spammed. Yeah, sod it. Let's get spammed. Let's have a look. Now all I want is this eye to close when we've got 0 power. Then I'm happy to move on with our life. More than happy. Ecstatic, you might say. Because then we can make it so that our little hand crank can charge a door. And then, arguably, we've done something. Right, the debug log is going to be going mental. But it's this one we care about. Or is it? Either way, right? It's definitely 0. We know it's 0. Because all of these are nice round numbers. Like, there's nothing too crazy going on with these logs. There's no weird floating point precision. Which means this mofo, look, he never blinks again once he's run out of power. Never blinks. That's what the problem is. Which means we just need to solve that problem. The problem of but why does he never blink? Like, blinking doesn't rely on power. I know why he never blinks. He never blinks because his open states are always his closed state. Which means I think here we actually maybe do just have to directly say top eyelid equals. I hate vectors. I hate vectors so much, but 0 original. No, not original. Open eyelid top Y0 dot position. And then do the same for bottom. Now I don't like this because it's just going to jump there. But maybe that's fine. It's fine for now, I can say that with certainty. Okay, little robot. But why? Never gonna blink again. Dodgy code has got many problems. Do 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 do. Wow, I really screwed this guy's eyes up, hey? That should have done it. Local position. I teleported his eyelids away. I teleported his goddamn eyes away. It's that subtle difference between position and local position. Now, I know I've said this like 17 times now, but I think this will work. I believe it. I believe it half-heartedly. Nice. 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 He's dead. I don't really consider that a win, but it's good enough. So there's a few other things I want to do. You see when the door's got no power? It means we're kind of stuck in here, right? It's not massively ideal. If a door has no power, should we just be able to drag it open? Maybe. I like how you can grab the wall. That was an intentional decision on my part. So, I hate that glitch. This glitch might let us phase through the wall. The perfect crime. This is a speedrunner strat. Just like tapping sprint is a speedrunner strat. Instead of holding it down. Actually build up more speed that way. Anyway, the eye is now working, but an unpowered door is screwed. So, we need to make it so that an unpowered door, you can probably drag it open, right? I think that's reasonable. Or is it reasonable? Maybe it's not. Maybe an unpowered door you shouldn't be able to drag open. I guess this starting door should just never run out of power, which is something I wanted to actually do, because I want doors having power to be a configurable thing. So, for a given door, let's have a... This might not be how we end up doing it. Needs power equals false. By default, they do not need power. If you don't need power, then you can do whatever. But if you do need power, then that's fine. But then we need a way to gift them power, right? Now each door has the ability to have a utility port assigned to it. So in here, let's say in the update, we can say if utility port can't remember what my variables are called. Has a stored connector, and that stored connector has a connectable, and that connectable is a component of type utility power item. So if all of that happens, which for some reason that's complaining about, cannot convert bool to bool. Well, yeah, but come on, give me a break. That's dumb. I don't know why that works, but okay. So at this point, we know that we have a power item in our utility port. So if that's the case, we can Siphon power from it. And then we can give it the door that siphoned power. Maybe that's all we need to do. Sure. So now, in theory, we can charge doors that have run out of power. As long as they have a utility port. And we have a power item we can plug into that utility port. So, let's say these two, I already gave them utility ports. So let's say door 4 needs power and starts with 0. And door 5 needs power and starts with 0. Now, what you're about to see might blow your fragile little mind. Let's make these doors start opened. Cool. So, in theory, the other doors do not need power. So they should be fully awake, fully responsive, living the dream. I feel like you just spent power. Did I not say that you don't need power, door 1? I mean door 2. Right, yeah, of course. Of course. Maybe only actually spend the power if it needs power. That can probably do with some tidying up. I don't think we need to be doing half this stuff. But in theory, that's cool. Now door A should not get so freaked out. The first 3 doors, no, the first 2 doors should be fine. And then we can see if this hand crank solution works, which I think it will. Right. Nice. He's not spending power anymore. God damn it. You're alright, random door. We'll take the other one with us. Coming through. Nice. Right, so now these doors should be dead. I feel like you're harshing my buzz, door. You're supposed to be closed. Ah, whatever. So, let's just assume he was closed. Then we can go up here, get the crank. Do 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 do. Yeah, we'll plug it into the bottom one. Now, let's see if this is as cool as I think it's going to be. Why did he immediately get full power? What do you mean, attempt? Transform local position assign attempt for eyelid upper is not valid. Input local position is infinity. Infinity, huh? The old infinity stone. So the hand generator has a maximum charge of 10. Each time you crank it, it gets 1. It starts with 0. This guy would have come in here, said, oh, I do have a power item. Siphoned some power, given the power to itself. A utility power item can only get its current charge. So it should have returned nothing. Which means then this guy should have given himself yeah, okay. Okay. I understand. It was negative, right? It was negative, so it was setting current charge public to be minus. And, well, I think minus power really threw everything out of whack there. Hello, Badger! Now I think it'll work, but I'm not going through all that rigmarole again. So let's move these boulders out the way. This time, we're not going to accidentally give a door a negative power value, causing weird infinity stone things to happen. Thank you, door. Why are you open? That's what I don't get. But it's fine. Let's go grab our crank. Crankety doo dah, crankety yay. Now, moment of truth. Moment of truth. Let's spin this crank. Wake up, little robot. Wake up. Please wake up. Okay, look, I'm going to be honest. I don't think this is waking him up. Hmm. Let's do a bit of debug logging. First of all, we can get rid of this log. We don't need it anymore. And let's see what the hell is going on here. Let's just see what's happening there. I want to believe it will give us some insights. Or it just won't let me control it anymore. Damn it. Okay, let's move this down here. Save ourselves a bit of time. Come on, buddy. Cool. Maybe with us down here we can see what's happening to that one door. I'm not sure why he's starting open. Right, let's keep a look at siphoned power. So it's definitely siphoning power. Right? Definitely. We can see it happening in the logs. Therefore, ergo, door 5. Are you door 5? I think you're door 5. Yeah, door 5 has got 0 current charge. Which means give power to is not actually giving him power, right? So, how much power does he need? He needs his maximum charge minus his current charge. How much is he getting provided? Provided pre-cap. Provided post-cap. Current charge. Returned unused amount. Sure, let's see what happens. Provided pre-cap. minus 100. I'm going to be honest, that doesn't feel right. Minus 100? No, that is vaguely right. Yeah, no, that's legit. Why does that door start open when it should be closed? Okay. 23rd time's the charm. Remove unused amount 0.0999. Why would there be any unused amount? Because my logic here was flawed. They just love a bit of flawed logic sometimes. So this is how much we need. Some amount between 0 and 100. We are giving a certain amount. Let's say we give 50. This is how much we're actually able to supply. Because we don't want to go over the cap, right? What if I just say, F it, I'm just going to give you all the power, right? Excess power equals this current charge public minus this max charge. I guess current charge, sod it. Right? And for that, we want it to be the larger of that and 0. And then we return excess power. "98 times the charm." This time, it's gonna work. I'd stake my reputation on it. It's a pretty safe bet. I got nothing to lose. This time, we may, just may, get the cool interaction that I was hoping for. I'll grant you the crank needs to be a bit more potent, maybe? Maybe not, though. It is working! I'm pretty happy. And then, because he's got power... He's actually got more power than he's allowed. He can open his door. Don't tire yourself out, little guy. Don't worry, I've got your back. He looks angry when I woke him up from sleep. Well, I need to, I want them to be able to show emotions, which is where this gets a bit tricky, because the sleepy face does kind of look like the I'm incredibly pissed off face. We'll need a way to differentiate between. From angry to suspicious, the sleepier he gets. Yeah, right. That is where tweaking things probably comes into play. I'm not sure closing both his eyelids is the valid strat for making him look sleepy. I'm not sure. However, this is now working almost entirely as intended. These guys need power to function. We can charge them up using the hand crank. The other guys do not need power. Truly, we're living the dream. I need to figure out what I'm actually going to do with these caskets. Instead of them just being a novelty. Right, I'll be right back. Okay, so tutorial, which is where I'm building out from, is going okay. I think I want this first door to be, well, let's just run through how it works so far. Well, no, actually, before we do that, why are you opening? I want to fix this first. He shouldn't be opening when he's got no power. Aha! Cool. So if you're a sly devil, you could maybe get through here. Without charging them up. If you were devious. Not really sure how. But there probably is a way. Maybe using a boulder. Oh shit, have you got no power? I think I turned off all their power. No, I don't think you could actually force your way through here. I think you would have to give power to the door. Okay, so what happened there was I updated all my doors to... Yeah. You don't need power. You don't need power. Cool. So, let's have a little run through of what we've got so far for our opening dealio. Which is where we're supposed to get introduced to the mechanics, right? Da da da. So, the game begins. You have been woken up from a cryopod and somehow informed that everything's going to shit. And it is your job to fix things. Or something. There you go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sure. You can walk around. Oh, look. What's this? Oh, I can push things. Hey, that's quite cool. Hey, I can move things. That's quite cool. Hey, this door opens. He follows me. That's kind of creepy. Hey, look. I can pull his door. That's kind of cool. I wonder if there's aught behind the door. Yeah. Stupid door. Give me that. Give me it. Oh, he got me good. Thanks, door. I appreciate being taught a lesson. Okay, door. You've proven your point. Will the doors deal damage? I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't actually know what I'm doing with this game. I'm just making mechanics. There is no overarching plan. I'm just kind of building things. I guess the doors could deal damage. But should damage even be a thing? Maybe the inconvenience is the damage. Yeah, exactly, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, this guy's got a bit of a problem. Unfortunately, thanks to the way the code works at the moment, this isn't as tricky a situation as you'd think. Like, oh, I need to unblock that boulder. No, you don't. You can just walk close and he'll go, oh yeah, there you go. So I need to make it so that that door won't open unless this boulder is removed. And that is kind of going to be the first little helpful thing you do for a door. This guy's going to be really frustrated, like, oh, I can't close my boulder. I can't close my door because there's a boulder in the way. And then you move the boulder, and this guy will be like, oh, awesome. But I don't want to have any dialogue. So he's going to have to show his gratitude via a facial expression or something. Or maybe sounds. I don't know. Either way, I don't want any dialogue. Yeah, he could make a happy beep, exactly. Beep, 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 beep. Something. Oh no, I'm here. Oh. I can't pull it open. Maybe if I run into it really hard. Well, it budged. No dialogue whatsoever. God damn it. Wait, what's this thing? Ooh, what's that thing? Hey. Cool. This doesn't seem to be doing anything. Wait, I think this time it literally isn't doing anything. God damn it. Did I break it? I guess I never tested it on the top guy. Hang on. Does it work for the bottom guy still? I might have accidentally disconnected the top guy's utility port. Yeah, it works for the bottom guy. Wakey, wakey. And I've successfully soft-locked myself. Nice. So the question is, what comes next, right? We've learnt doors have different states. We've learnt that these things mean you can plug something into them that will affect a nearby machine. An angry door, a malicious door, a door with beef, a door that is open, and when you try and walk through it, it closes itself. Huh? The opposite of the friendly doors. It's always open until you get close, and then it closes itself. Let's do that. We'll put it in this corridor for now. This is going to be the angry door. Which means inside our... Well, I need to think about emotions for the doors, right? I want the doors to be able to have emotions and stuff. So, that goes back to our robot core. Because the emotion shouldn't be tied to the door. It should be tied to the robot itself, right? The core of the robot. And then I'm thinking later, you can maybe take cores out of some machines and put them in other ones. So if you need to get through a door, you could put one of your friendly cores in there who likes you, and he'd be more willing to open it. Stuff like that. Now again, I know I'm focusing on doors a lot, but doors are a good test case for the robot core functionality. I want to make other machines that use the robot core, but doors are a pretty good test case for building up the robot core. So, robot emotion. Robot emotion? Happy, Angry. I got nothing else. I'm not even sure emotion is the right term for what we're trying to do, right? More like robot something. Friendly. Like, so what I want is, I want a vindictive robot. But I want it to be generic enough that I can use it for other states of mind as well. Like a crazy robot. Scan result. Did I just get a scan result? What am I even trying to accomplish here? This is the question. Each robot needs to have a personality. Hello, Martin. So robot personality. And a robot's personality includes for now, what would a robot's personality include for now? All I want to do is make a door that hates the player. I guess I'm trying to think of like stats it would have. What stats would a robot's personality have? Hey, James. James says, I did this for a similar project with enums like you are, and then a switch case set, one case per mental state, with a default that set it back to the initial state. Yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of thing, right? And then I want to set what kind of expression they have on their face based on their mental state, so that you can see at a glance. So maybe I'm overthinking it with the whole personality thing. Let's go with an enum for now. Yeah, mental state's good. Robot, mental state. Happy, angry. They'll do for now. Cool. We don't need to worry about setting it for now. We can do that in the editor. And then in the door role, hungry, where he does some A-star pathfinding searches for the nearest batteries. Yeah, maybe. Could just change the white of the eyes to red or green for the state they're in. True, I could. I definitely could do that. I think that would be half-assing it, though. Think about how much effort I put into making them look tired when they've got no energy. You think I'm going to settle for changing the whites of the eyes to red or green for the state they're in? I've made individually controlled eyelids for these robots. Right. In the door. We kind of just want to flip these. We just want to flip these checks. I mean, this isn't a good way to do it. And I did give it a mental state, right? Yeah, I know, James. I know. I know. I am aware of how an enum works. um. Yeah, that should do it. I mean, you forget the details sometimes. Yeah, actually, I don't know if that will do it. No, I think that's half-assing it too much. I need... It needs to be here, right? This is where you'd go like... I hate this. I've never liked this new switch functionality. Not only because I don't really get it, but I just don't like it. Robot, I thought you didn't have to do case anymore. Maybe this isn't the new switch functionality. I know there's a new syntax for it. Dee 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 dee. Somehow a robot has no states compatible with a door. I'll just remind me to update the state if I forget and we add new emotions. That needs to be inside there. This is such terrible code, but it's fine. Cool. And then here, we need to do the same goddamn thing. Yoink. And this is where I'll actually be better off if I make some clever clever code for it. But I'm not doing that. We'll do that later. Right. I think I also here need to say the door stays closed or closing. And then here it needs to be or opening. Right, now we can have a vindictive door. So, what are the odds of this working first time? I give it 30%. You, my friend, are going to be the angry door. But don't worry, you don't need power. Cool. Let's check out our angry door. He's not really angry, is he? He's a troll, really. He's more of a trolling door than an angry door. Or like a malfunctioning door. But I've already figured out how you get past him. Have you figured out how you get past him? I have. Why isn't he closing? Okay, our state machine might be fucked. You're a real jerk, door. You're a real jerk. Go, go, go! Duh. How do we get past him? How? The answer is simpler than you might think. Thank you. Doors ignore you if you stay inside their line of sight for more than 10 seconds. I'm thinking about changing that so it's if you stay in their line of sight without moving for 10 seconds. That way when you move, he'd like... I guess he did. He shouldn't have. He's behaving very bizarrely. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because we have this little trigger in front of us, which shows what we're looking at. And this is what we use for grabbing. It's a collision object. So if I look there, my collision object is not in his line of sight. But if I look here, it comes into his line of sight and he'll close the door. Which kind of works in a way. But it wouldn't work if I was like here. I think. Yeah. So to get past him, you have to... Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Nice. I don't know why these guys are broken. I must have messed something up. That's okay, though. Be funny if you charged these guys up and then they were the angry ones. You know, this game might serve no purpose, and it might be a bit weird. You know what? I actually have quite a lot of fun playing about with it. I like dragging these doors out and watching them slide back in. It's very satisfying. Even though I know I can't get through the gap. Anyway. So that kind of works. Now I want to implement something new. I think I'm too addicted to working on doors. There's only so much you can do with a door. And I feel like I'm reaching that point. So, you've come through here. You've learned a bunch of stuff about doors, and about dragging, and about utility slots, and about interactables like this crank. What's next? This is the question. What the hell is next? What the hell is next? The answer is I've got no idea. I've honestly got no idea which direction this goes in now. Maybe another type of mechanism? Something that's not a door? But what? Stairs. I don't know about handling multiple floors. Multiple floors might be a bit much. Also, F being a roguelike. I ain't making no roguelike. My game is non-genred. It's gonna be its own thing. You know? It's gonna have no UI. I'm sticking pretty hard to that one. No UI whatsoever. No dialogue. Potentially no real purpose, but I think it will have a purpose. But as to what that is, it's still very much up in the air. It's supposed to be about maintaining these sleeper caskets, but I don't know how to make that work mechanically. Especially with my I don't want a UI. There is a caveat to that. I will allow an immersive UI. So for example, if there is a walk over a coin/card, pick up card, use card through turnstile. Look, isn't a turnstile just a more advanced door? Don't get me wrong, I do want to do that. I want to have an inventory, although I don't know how I'll do that without a UI. But I do want that kind of thing, where the doors can check if you've got something in your inventory to let you through. Because the doors, right? The doors, we can put anything in there. Like, the doors have a list of... They have this valid object list. So all you have to do is customize this valid object list. So I've got this near objects object, which just contains where the object is and when it was detected for now. But I can add other stuff into there, like what the object is carrying, or what kind of object it is. And then we can have the doors have different criteria for when they open and close. But I'm really trying to move away from doors. I don't want to get stun locked by the doors and make the most advanced doors known to man. So I'm trying to think of something I can do that isn't door related. Which is tricky. I'm trying to think of other mechanisms. It's so cool to watch the way a programmer approaches games. Well, it's how I approach them. I don't know if you could extrapolate it out to all programmers. But it's definitely how I make them. But I don't know what comes next. Like, oh, I was gonna say, right? So I'm not allowing a UI, but I will allow an immersive UI. What I mean by that is we could have a monitor on the wall, and when you go up to it and interact with it, I will be happy to display a monitor screen as a UI that you can click through. As long as it doesn't have text on it. No text. Maybe I'm okay with a UI, a limited UI, but I'm not having any text. That's the 100% it's not happening. Zero text in this game whatsoever. I can maybe have some wiggle room on the UI aspect, but there will be zero text. And I'm not just saying that because I don't want to do localization. I'm saying it because I've been watching a lot of Mr. Bean lately. And you know what made Mr. Bean so popular? The lack of dialogue. No text in this game. No dialogue. No reading whatsoever. But you know, that just means we have to come up with inventive ways to solve problems. James says, inventory monitor. Approach it, screen pops up with a hand, and a scroll left right appears on the screen. Hit them to change what the hand holds, and when you step away, it stays in hand. Yeah, we could do something like that, right? For sure. I mean, I'm sure people would be like, this is some bullshit having to go up to an inventory monitor to change my inventory, to change what I'm holding. But I think I can justify some stuff like that. I'm thinking about making the main guy be a robot. But I don't think I'm going to. I'm pretty set on the idea of he wakes up in a sleeper casket, the ship is falling apart, he has to do something. But I am thinking about the ability for him to possess robot cores. Like, he gets a bit of equipment at some point that lets you kind of take control of a robot core. So, like, you could possess a door robot core and then you could control the door. Make a utility belt, click on the item, and it goes to your hand. Yeah. I mean, it could be the case that you literally don't have an inventory, right? Like, what if the guy was wearing, like, what if you can have two things equipped? One in your left hand, one in your right hand. Something like that. Like, infocom suspended. You're in suspended animation, but you take control of one of 6 robots at a time to solve the game. Yeah, kind of like that, except that sounds really cool, actually. Except that you won't be in suspended animation. I'm thinking there'll be, like, a chair or something you can sit in, maybe, and then you can target one of these guys to take over, or it might be a handheld item and you point it at it and click it and you take over. I haven't really thought the idea through, I'm going to be honest. But initially, the robot cores, I was going to make it so that you started the game and you were just like a robot core in a shitty little body. So, like, you know, you would have, like, if we assume this is like a really shitty mech body, right? It was going to be like, you know, you were one of these guys. And you had a shitty little mech body. But then you could transfer your core into other bodies. And that was how you could do stuff. So, like, you could go into a smaller body or a bigger body that could pull heavier stuff. Or, like, something. I don't know. I hadn't really thought it through. But I ended up going against the idea of the main guy being a robot. But I'm not 100% against it. I'm just like 95% against it now. Inventory works like a limited Katamari ball. Well, I was thinking, do you need an inventory? You can drag stuff around. What if, like, you literally have a crate that you can put stuff in, and you just have to drag the crate around with you? Would it be super tedious? Yeah! But I feel like if the game embraces the tediousness, maybe that'd be okay. You know? And then you could, I don't know, find better ways to drag this crate around with you. Or you could like attach a trailer to yourself and walk around with it. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas. Slide a dolly underneath something and wheel it around. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thing I want. You know? God damn it, I hate this door. Come on, door, just let me through. Like, yeah, being able to mass transport stuff, I think would be really cool. I want to make a mass transit system where it's like a shuttle or something moving really fast, but you can use it for fast travel by just grabbing onto it. Because this grab mechanic is pretty solid. Like, I can make anything grabbable. So, like, the walls are grabbable, but they don't move. So I thought there could be like a high-speed train whizzing around, and you just grab it, and it just yanks you along, and then you let go where you get where you want. Thought that might be cool. That could also be another way to get through douchebag doors. Like grab like a droid that's going through it or something, and hitch a ride. Like there's a lot of potential with the grabbing mechanic. It really does allow for a lot of stuff. For inventory, I'm not massively opposed to having one. But what I don't want is like, you press a button and your inventory pops up. I think that would break the immersion. I even think these little icons that pop up break the immersion, honestly. I'll probably put the icon... Probably get rid of it. Oh, F off, malware bites. I don't even know why I installed you. It was years ago. But every time I try and uninstall it, it's more effort than it's worth. Nowadays, Windows Defender is fine. Sorry, robot, I drained all your power again. This hand crank sucks, but that's kind of the point. Why does he keep using all his power? What's wrong with him? Is he glitched? Did he turn evil? Hmm. He's dead. He just doesn't want anything to do with it. It's like he's spending all his energy as soon as he gets it. Like, which door are you? Door 5. He's not jammed. He's open. When this hits 25, he's just going to spend it for some reason. I mean, to be fair, The doors that don't need power are all effed as well, so maybe it's just that same problem. Let's see if we can fix that. I've obviously made a logical error in here. Yep, there it is. If your door state is open, or your door is opening, then open yourself. Yeah, that'd do it. There we go. Hello, random gamer. What's the game about? You know, before deciding to do this stream, I didn't think about how many times I would have to explain what it was about. Currently, it's about, doors. Currently, it's about doors. That's what the game is about. Now, if you think that doesn't sound exciting, you've not seen our doors. Half-Life is all about trains and tracks. Well, I mean, you say that, but it's also about shooting mercenaries, right? And giant alien bugs. I think that's the part people enjoy. I don't think they enjoy the train ride that much. Although I do for the world building. I really liked the train ride. Do 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 douchebag door, douchebag door. You mean internal mechanics? Everything is a train slash track and built around that. Are you implying that the guns in Half-Life are actually trains in disguise, mechanically speaking? I can get behind that theory. Not everything, but a part of it. Yeah. I'm fully willing to agree that part of Half-Life is built around the idea of train plus tracks. Mainly the train slash track part. Which, to be fair, actually, quite a lot of it was. There was that whole train slash track part, and I'm not even talking about the start of the game. That weird bit in the middle where it was like, now you get to ride these weird things along the tracks for ages. Is this guy still broken? He is. You know, it's kind of good that he's broken. I might keep it. It teaches the player that not everything they do will work. I should make the ship run off coal and make a furnace to drag those rocks to. See, that's quite a good idea. I mean, the ship running off coal, maybe not so much. But being able to recycle those rocks into usable resources, yeah, that's a good idea. Wakey, wakey, little door. Thank you. Right. What do we implement next? I've soft locked us again, so. But I think being soft locked by a powered down door is actually totally fine. I'm okay with it as a mechanic. As long as the level design means you're not actually soft locked. We just are because I haven't figured out what comes next down this corridor. We could turn ourselves into an evolved sentient cheese wheel. I'm not sure it would fit thematically. I keep going back to how will we introduce the player to the concept of maintaining sleeper caskets and make it desirable for them to do so? And I think I can't actually come up with an answer to that. Therefore, I might just have to ditch the main core concept of the game. I can't think of a compelling cycle for the player to be doing. It's more compelling to fuck with the doors. Although this is quite nice. Pretty happy with that. What's its purpose? None at the moment. But it is quite satisfying. They get food/water when the computer/controller recognizes they've done maintenance or oxygen. Yeah, I agree. That is pretty cool, and I can't get rid of it. So the idea is, right, I want, like... I want there to be, like... Once you've gone through a bunch of door-related stuff, which I don't know why I'm so obsessed with doors, but whatever. Once you've been through a bunch of door-related stuff, you'll eventually have to reach a point where the game is like, okay, look, you've had your fun with the doors. Now we're going to actually make you do something, right? Introduce you to the core concept of the game, which is something to do with sleeping people who need to be maintained. So, you'd have a room where the sleeping people would presumably live. Presumably. Like a storage room, right? Or maybe you get sent... What if you get sent sleepers who have something wrong with them? Like there's some sort of a... Or you... Yeah! Yeah! What if, right, there's like a room which is like... I don't want to say a medical room, but whatever. Maybe it is, right? And as you go through the ship, interacting with various doors along the way, right? Maybe you find a room that's got like a bunch of these guys in it, right? And they're all plugged in, which I can't actually do in the editor yet. I haven't figured out how to do it. But they're all plugged in, and there's like, I don't know, rows of them. Rows of them. But some of them aren't working right. So you have to take those caskets, you have to bring them to your maintenance bay, wherever that is, somewhere else, dealing with doors along the way, presumably, and maybe some other stuff that's not door related. And then you would have tools in your maintenance bay for analyzing the casket, figuring out what's wrong with it. Maybe you have to do certain things to cure certain problems with it, and then you can take it back to where it was stored. So you're really exploring the ship, probably having to fix other stuff, not just the sleeper cabinets. But when there is a casket, you transport it to your maintenance bay, which maybe you have multiple maintenance bays. Whatever. Transfer it there, fix it up, make sure it's all working fine, take it back to its original slot it in, get rewarded somehow, keep exploring. Then it becomes like, oh, I need to go and do the rounds on my caskets, you know? And you need to go into all these big like sleeper rooms that are lined with them and see if any of them have got problems. And if they do, you have to slot them out. Maybe you can get like a transport vehicle or something that you can like hook them up to and then drive back to the maintenance thing with them all in tow, something like that, instead of having to drag them one by one. Make life easier. Come up with different mechanisms. Come up with different problems for the caskets. Different machines that can solve them. Other stuff. I don't know. How about you get something to help the player in some way? How do you mean? Oh, when you successfully restore a casket. Yeah, right. You'd need to get something. Maybe you get. I like James's idea of you get oxygen. So if you don't do it, you just die. Make it where you could put them in the furnace if you don't like them. That's quite a good idea, actually. So, that could work, right? Low-tech steam power runs the ship. And your fast travel casket transfer are large vacuum tubes. Hey, speaking of vacuum tubes, do you want to see something awesome? I know you do. Trust me, this is going to be worth it. Come on, little player guy. You're going on a journey. Oh, I just moved just his eyes. Come on, little player guy. Now this might work, it might not. It should work. Why did I make these caskets so heavy? For realism, I guess. Okay, it's not working. Shit, man, why aren't you working? Hang on. Oh, I forgot to change the default on this. Damn it! I think I need to restart it. Do I? Yeah, I do. Who designed the ship? Well, I've actually got quite a good plan involved for that. I was thinking, what if it's not actually a generation ship going anywhere? I know that's kind of on the nose. I know it's kind of, oh, wow, what a surprise, blah, blah, blah. But throughout the game, people are getting taken from it. And you believe that they are going off to settle new worlds that you've reached. But actually, the ship is just like a giant freezer for aliens to use for snacks. And the people getting taken away are getting chowed down upon. And then in the late game, you could be like, whatever. I'm getting my reward from the ship. Whatever the ship reward is that you get for maintaining the caskets. Or you could like find a secret exit and leave. I don't know why this isn't working. I know you guys have no idea what this is supposed to be doing, but is it because yeah, that'd do it. Twilight Zone episode To Serve Man. Yeah, kind of, right? It's definitely got similar vibes. Is it meant to be shooting it like a cannon? No, that'd be way better than what it is doing. It should work now. Although maybe one day it will shoot it like a cannon. Are you seriously still not working? I turned on your update script and everything. I turned it on. I turned it on. Yeah, that'd do it. Would it? No, it wouldn't. Are they? There seems to be an error. Hey, you're actually right. Why am I getting null references? Line 24. Because it doesn't have a parent. Yeah. Sprite B max width. Look. You can just be 5. F. I know I've said it a lot. But, this really is going to work this time. Do. I believe it half-heartedly. This is going to work. Maybe. And this all stems from that one comment about vacuum tubes. I feel like my computer's not happy for some reason. It's starting to slow down. Maybe I'll close Photoshop. I don't really need it open. Right. This time, I want to believe. And yet... Oh, I know why. I know why. Hang on. Are you Sprite A by any chance? No, that error's fine. That error's just complaining about our eyes. No, you're not Sprite A. Whatever. Each of these segments is supposed to resize itself to squeeze whatever is passing through it, which looks really cool when it works. But for some reason it's not working. To be fair, I only kind of half-assed this and I just put it together just to see what would happen. It's not surprising that it's broken since then. But it is upsetting. Yeah, intestinal transportation. That's exactly it. It does look very similar to that, which is why I thought it was relevant. It really was relevant. But anyway, we kind of were on the verge of coming up with a reasonable gameplay loop, right? Kind of. Right, let's see where it's drawing these rays. We were kind of on the verge of a reasonable gameplay loop. Where's my debug rays? There they are. So the rays are definitely getting fired. I masked it! I masked it. That's what it is. It only does stuff with a certain mask. I feel like it was... tubular. Well, it can be anything, really, as long as it's number 9. So then... you become 9. It vanishes. That's because the camera is not aware that number 9 exists. It comes back. I mean, it looks a bit weird. But it only looks weird because of that trigger. It's actually hitting this trigger. Well, it looks weird for various other reasons as well. But you can see how it could kind of look cool, right? If done correctly. You know? There is potential there for something. Like if I was to actually position these and make it so that this guy is not in layer 9. He can go back to being on the debug layer. And then if these guys are actually like layered properly on top of each other, Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. I mean, it's very expensive firing out all these rays every frame, but whatever. I don't think I'd use this mechanic often. I think there's definitely some. It's because they're always tracking the edge, right? And they're tracking it from the bottom. So, like, it closes here because look, it hooks onto the pixels of the bottom edge. So it looks a bit weird here. It always hooks the edge pixels. But that's just a configuration thing. I think when it's in the middle, it looks really rad. If it had like a minimum size or whatever, a minimum width, I think it looks pretty cool. There's definitely ways of making it work. Yeah, it does look alien, right? It could have that kind of intestinal tubular feeling. Maybe that's how I don't know. Maybe that's how, like, when they say like, oh, we found a world, or we're sending someone off the ship. Can you give us someone to wake up? You go, yeah, okay. And you go and get who you've decided, and you drag their casket up to one of these tubes, which would be like in the wall somewhere. And it sucks it up. That'd be quite cool, I think. But they never wake up. No, they don't. But we don't know that. Conceptually, the player doesn't know that. Not until later in the game. Mm, right. Anyway. This was just me sort of dicking about. Then does the player stop it or something? Maybe. I think that's up to the player. But I do think there should be routes to stopping it. Maybe you convince all the doors on the ship that you should be the new ruler. And you lead a revolution of doors. The aliens can't do anything about it. Because if the doors are actively working against you, what can you possibly do? Imagine a world where every door was actively working against you. You wouldn't be able to do anything. I say that half in jest. It's not only the doors that are going to have personalities. Speaking of which, I think the sleeper sockets should have personalities. Because then, when you're doing the rounds, looking for sleepers who are all screwed up, maybe the personality in charge of the socket could, like, look alarmed if there's something wrong with their sleeper. And then they could be grateful when you fix them up and bring them back. And that'd be pretty neat. And then as the machines on the ship start to like you more and more, maybe that's how you'd be able to, like, get into areas that you're not supposed to be able to get into. Like, oh, there's a restricted door and you can only get in if you've got this passcode or whatever. But if word gets around that you're actually a pretty great guy, maybe the door will be like, yeah, I'll let you in. I know you don't have the passcode, but I'll let you in. You know? It'd encourage you to befriend the mechanisms. But there would obviously have to be other ways of doing it. I don't want to railroad people. So there'd also have to be a way to hack the door or break the door down. Because the doors are physics entities, so theoretically you could break them down. I don't want to railroad people. That's one thing I don't want to do. Which I know is funny considering this entire tutorial area is railroading them. Poison the humans you feed them with. See, that's a good idea. You could totally do that. That's an awesome idea. So, here's the problem I've been trying to solve, which is arguably somewhat relevant. I've got a casket. I've got a socket. Caskets and sockets can be combined. That is a fact. I don't know how to combine them in the editor. I need to figure out how to do that. So I can combine them in-game. By doing the old switcheroo, right? And then that's cool and all. But I don't know how to actually do that in the editor. I guess I would just need to replicate. Give the connecting points some magnetism so you get within a few pixels and they latch onto each other. Then place them near each other and start the game. Yeah, that's quite a good idea because currently I have to do that interaction, right? I have to do that. I have to do my little interaction, which I'm not actually happy with. I would rather they would automatically suck them in. Like if I let go, it'd automatically grab it and suck it in. Maybe we should do that. I think that'd be cool. And then when you want to get it back out, what, you just pull it back out? Maybe there's a bit of resistance, depending on the personality of the thing. If it thinks you're going to go and feed it to the aliens, it might be like, no, and it won't let you out. Yeah, that'd be cool. So, how would we do that? When it gets within a certain range. Thing is, it has to be aligned properly as well, right? I'm not sure how we'd make it aligned properly. That's why I have it kind of hard-coded at the moment. Because it aligns perfectly. I guess I can just automatically trigger that action. So, you get to like there. It grabs it. Or you get it to like, I don't know, somewhere. It grabs it. It pulls it in. Then it does the animation. Maybe. It's... We need to think about it. I do like the magnetism idea. How would I do that? What have I got to work with? I've been heavily dependent on springs so far. I've been using springs for everything. The grabbing mechanism is a spring. The doors are all springs. I guess that's all I've implemented. But that means literally everything that I've implemented involves a spring. Like, I'm not even joking, look. Spring. 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 The only thing that doesn't have a spring is the player. Even the walls have got a spring. Even the walls have got a spring. That's how crazy my game is. The floor doesn't have a spring. I'm not that crazy. But the walls do. It's because the spring is how I do grabbing. You could say, why doesn't the player have a spring? And that would be a valid argument. But instead of the player having a spring, I've given literally everything else in the game a spring. I should probably give it to the player. Anyway, yeah. We're trying to figure out how to make these lock together. And I'm immediately... Oh yeah, there's that bug as well with the way I currently do it. The bug that lets you wall hack. You hitch a ride. You keep grabbing it while it phases through the wall. Eventually it pulls you through. Freedom. Let me in. Shit. Ah, whatever. Right. Let's worry about the magnetism issue later. Let's worry about having these actually joined with it later. For now, we can at least get the visual feel. You know? Get some sort of an idea of what this room might look like. So let's give the sleeper socket a robot core. It might look pretty dumb because it's not really been built with having a robot core in its mind, really. Like, I'd need to redesign the socket a bit to naturally have some way that this would look relevant, I guess. But let's assume that it has eyes. It is a thinking robot. Then we could have just like banks of these. Banks and banks of them. And maybe like when you first go to this room, there's like, I was gonna say there's no power. And you have to power it up. That might be pretty cool. And then all the sleeper things wake up. But then there'd be the assumption that all people inside the caskets were dead, so maybe we can't do that. Yeah, something like this. There'd need to be more space than that. Sure. Mm. Dee, 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 dee. How much space you'd need. I think you'd need more than one to get a casket out. Da 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 da. You'd need like 2, right? You'd need 2 for sure. Now, granted, I don't really know where you'd be taking these caskets, but whatever. Oh, you son of a bitch. Sure. So you'd have a room like that. Maybe not like that, but close enough to being that. And then when I spawn, this is going to freak out. Catch you later, Mr. Random Gamer. Yeah, ejected them all. Which is fine. Dee 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 dee. This is actually surprisingly satisfying. Sure wish their orbs weren't being rendered. They shouldn't be. Pretty sure they're in the debug layer. So you have a room full of these things. You go through. You check all their statuses. Oh, this one's doing okay. This one is looking very alarmed. I'm not sure how I'll show alarmed, but it can be looking alarmed. We can go up and we'll pull it out, which I'll grant you we can't do at the moment, but maybe we can have like some status displays on this, or we could have, I know I said I want to not have UI, but I did say that UI where you're interacting with a monitor would be fine. So maybe each casket has like a little monitor that you can interact with and see the status. But I think it'd be better if it was immediately visible. I've just soft locked myself by walking into this corner that I can't get out of. Oh no, managed to get out by dragging. Nice. Yeah, so the eyes would be alarmed, which would be like, oh, there's something wrong with this one. And they might be looking about frantically, staring at you. Maybe their indicator would be flashing or something. There might be some sort of UI embedded inside the casket itself. Like a display on the casket. Maybe. Showing, I don't know, a series of bars. I don't know. Something. Showing something. Maybe there'd be a monitor where you can get additional information. Maybe. You go, oh shit, something's wrong with this guy. I guess we'd better take him. Now these are supposed to be able to rotate, but for some reason I've got them locked on the Z axis. So I probably can't fit this guy out. Oh my god, I can! Oh, look at that! It's almost like it was designed for it. And this is where you would probably need some sort of tool to assist you, where it doesn't take you a million years to pull these things. Okay, I think now it actually is stuck. There's only one thing for it. I'm gonna have to unlock it on the Z-axis. It's not supposed to be locked on the Z-axis anyway, I just keep forgetting to do that in the prefab. Now can I get it through? Yeah! Awesome. Does this thing have no angular dampening? Jim says, assuming casket white dot is top. No, it's bottom. As much as I hate to say it, it's the bottom. This is the top, because it's the bit that sticks out, right? Like, I guess it could be the top. It just depends. Like, when they're plugged in, do you want to be seeing their head or their feet? I guess arguably it doesn't matter either way, right? So it could be the top. So the idea is that these are like empty caskets at the moment. I want to make some more layers in the prefab. There'd be one that's like the person in it, so they would be rendered. And then there would probably be like another transparent layer on top of that, which would be the glass. If you can imagine that. So there'll be like a person and then some transparent layer above it. And maybe you could project stuff onto the transparent layer. But you could definitely put your status bars on this area. I think that we could do for sure. You know, the caskets technically already do take charge from the sockets. Like if I select this socket, you see it's got 0 charge. If I give it 100 charge, and then we keep an eye on it, keep an eye on its charge rate. I plug this guy in, it starts draining its power. See that? Doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything at all. But, you know, the functionality is already partially there. Oh, right, the doors. There's no way we're getting through those guys. That's fine, though. So then we would want... So I guess I should give the caskets stats. Because the casket doesn't even have an energy charge at the moment. It drains energy from the socket, but it doesn't do anything with it. It just drains it just for the sake of it. But yeah, we should make the caskets have their own charge. The sockets, I don't know if they should always be powered or not. Maybe different rooms that are storing different caskets have different requirements. Like in the early game, you get a nice room like this where the sockets, where these can deliver everything they want, right? So they can deliver all the nutrients and everything that the casket needs. But sometimes the casket malfunctions and you got to take it to your little repair bay and you got to fix it, blah, blah, blah. That's like you're just out of tutorial, you're sick of seeing doors, you never want to see another door in your life. Next up is learning to maintain a casket when things go wrong with it. Then later, as you're expanding your horizons and exploring the ship and making friends with the ship's systems or whatever, you find another room full of sleepers, but maybe it's got some outlet slots on the wall. And you have to give the sleeper sockets some stuff. Like maybe you find a room of empty sleeper sockets. And if you can find a power source, you can bring it and you can plug it in. Kind of like the hand crank, right? And then that will feed power to all the sockets in the room. And then you've got more storage space for sleeper cabinets. But then you also have the additional, oh, I have to keep making sure this has got enough power. Like maybe you plug a battery in, but then over time you'd be like, oh shit, that battery's run out. So then you've got another thing you've got to maintain, and you're building it up as you go. And then you can unlock more casket rooms as you go that can have different missing utilities, let's say. So one of them might not have any cooling or whatever, so you have to find a solution to that. I don't know. But you could do stuff like that. Could be pretty cool. Sockets are already set up to be able to have a utility item. Like technically I could add a utility item in this room, a utility port, like the doors have. And then when you hand crank it, you'd be able to recharge the power on the sockets. That is something that I can technically already do. So we could do stuff like that. But I think initially we need to make it so that the sockets have stats, at least power, right? Because when you're transporting it from this room where it's a problem has been identified with the casket, when you're transporting it, there needs to be some sort of, well, look, its power's decreasing. You better hurry up. Hello, Heathrun. Heathrun Airport, situated just outside Lundrun. I hope you're having a good day. So yeah, you'd have a ticking clock in that you've unplugged it from the power source, so you've got to get it to the maintenance bay in time. Which might be pretty awkward if the doors aren't playing ball. Then you get it there, then we need to figure out what maintaining a casket actually involves. And I feel like the answer to that is, I don't know. I just want to get past this casket. Can I get through there? Yeah. Nice. God damn it. That thing has got way too much angular momentum. Like, you give it the slightest nudge and it spins like a madman. Come on, door, don't be like this. There's no way I'm getting through here. I feel like there has to be a way to cheese it so you can get through the door. But I think it's pretty well anti-cheesed, honestly. Maybe we should build up enough stamina. Go. No. No, the doors are too... I almost had it. I just want to get caught in between them. I think if we get caught in between them, we can make it through. I just don't think there's enough leeway to actually get through. No. That's fine. Right, let's Can you move in multiple directions when you're dragging a door so you could pivot around your hands and sneak through? I was trying to figure out how I'd do that. The problem is, so you can try and rotate the object you're holding, but it doesn't transfer that rotation to you like you would expect it to. So like if I cram this guy and jam him, right? If I rotate him in a direction that he can't rotate, I would expect it to rotate me instead. But it doesn't. It actually forces the rotation. So it's not perfect. But I thought you could maybe do something like that. Because, yeah, I should be able to hold it there and then kind of walk it through whilst I'm holding it, right? But because of the way pushing works, I can't... I almost had it there. You've got to push it and stay... Oh my god, this might be the one. Well, shit. There's a lesson here. Yes! Let's go. So you can actually get through that without bothering to do this. That's pretty cool in a way. Takes a lot of effort, but you can do it if you don't want to learn about utility items and utility slots and power. Wakey wakey little door. I like waking these doors up. I don't know why, it feels really good. I mean, it doesn't feel good having to hammer the crank like a million times. But, you know, that's where later, if you got more permanent energy sources that weren't just a shitty hand crank, you could permanently keep this door open, you know? I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. We're going home. Oh, I forgot about the douchebag door. Ah, douchebag door, you are the worst. I don't want to push all three of these rocks. Sadly, it's perfectly designed so that you can't squeeze past a rock in that tunnel. It's like 1 pixel away from you being able to squeeze through. I should add a black channel between the socket and the object it powers, then send a little pulse of electricity along it from socket to door as the door powers up. Yeah, that kind of thing would be incredibly useful, actually. That's true. I should have some thing showing what it's powering. Thing is about those utility sockets is They can be used for anything, not just power. But I guess for doors, power's all we need. But I'm hoping that later on we'll think of other things other than power that we can plug into them. Initially, I did actually call them power sockets, but then I thought, we might be able to use them for other stuff. But I think whatever we're using them for, I think we should have a channel, like a wire, going between the object it's linked to. And it might be linked to multiple objects. Like I could have had a single utility port, like this. I could have. Let's move ourselves back up to the doors. I don't want to get too addicted to doors again. But let's move ourselves back to the doors. Like I can say what are you? Utility port 1. There we go. Now the crank should, theoretically, power both of them. As long as it's got enough power to do so. Which will be pretty neat. So then we'd want wires going from a single port to multiple objects. Which might be a bit trickier for like sending pulses of energy, but I think it'll be doable. You just have the actual wires not be going from the socket to the object. You'd have them going from the object to the socket, and then it would know when it was draining power, and it could be the one that sends the pulse. It wouldn't actually be the socket that sends the pulse, it'd be the door or whatever. But it'd send the pulse from the socket to itself. Socket connects to battery, which has corresponding connected, not switch on wall, open switch, charge battery, close switch, battery sends pulses to anything connected. Well, yeah, I was thinking of making a separate object. You know how I've got the doors, and I need to stop talking about doors, but I was going to make, so I've got the utility sockets, I was going to make like a charging station, I guess. Not necessarily a charging station, but something you could use as a charging station. Like a room that has two utility ports that connect to each other. Or they connect to two utility ports that connect to a machine, is the way you'd do it. You wouldn't make the utility ports connect to each other. But two utility ports that connect to a machine via wires or whatever. Then you could plug a battery into one of them, plug the hand crank into another, and then you could charge the battery via the hand crank. And then you could unplug the battery, take it to wherever you wanted it. That way you could actually store up stuff. And I think, I mean, the hand crank is cool and all, but look, it really did charge them both. But we will want a better way for people to power stuff. But I think the hand crank's pretty good for the tutorial. It's super tedious, but that's fine. I think the start of the game should be super tedious, you know? That's true of all the best games. Think about how super tedious Factorio is at the start. Ugh. I'm not saying that I'm making a Factorio-esque game. I'm just saying. It could be. Hey, look, they opened, but they don't have enough power to close again. The perfect crime. So that could be how you beat a douchebag door. There could be a douchebag door, and you have to pull out its power cable when it's open, so that it can't close. Anyway, what were we gonna do? Stats on caskets. Although I feel like making another power source and making that recharging station. But I think stats on caskets would be... It's too fun. It's too fun actually grabbing these doors and pulling them. I don't know why, but I find it really fun. What you said there, James, does that imply that the player can create their own connections from utility ports? I guess it could do. I did actually make I made this. Is it going to let me do this? Yeah, but it's not going to be happy about it. I wonder where it spawned that. Where are you? I hate this douchebag door. I hate it so much. It's such an asshole. Hey, look, I actually did manage to squeeze past that boulder. How did I do that? Hmm. Where did that cable spawn? Did it spawn outside the map? You can make it a mini game making connections at wall stations. I mean, F that. I don't believe in mini games. I made an actual cable. I want to go find it. You son of a bitch. So you could actually have cables that you can hook up to sockets. I was thinking it'd have a connector on one end and a socket on the other, and you could use it to stretch power. Maybe a plank. Yeah, maybe. Where? Oh, there's my cable. Hey there, little guy. I'm pretty pleased with this cable. It's not even like a standard Unity thing. I had to make it myself. So you could have a connector attached to one end of the cable so that it can plug into a socket, and then it could have a socket on the other end of the cable. I think I broke the cable somehow. Then you could have a socket attached to the other end of the cable so that it can have stuff plugged into it. And then you could plug a battery into the cable, but then, like, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced about the cable idea. I just created it for a laugh to see if I could. Whee. I feel like we're not accomplishing anything of value, but that's okay. Value is subjective, isn't it? I wonder if I can mess up douchebag door with this cable. We're accomplishing proper cable management. Yeah, maybe. Ah, douchebag door is the worst invention I ever did. Come on, douchebag door. He got us. Well played. Ah, success. I made it back to the starting area. You know, even though this game literally serves no purpose, quite fun, you know. It's quite fun. Imagine what it will be like when there's actually real mechanics and not just a million door mechanics. Anyway, speaking of mechanics, caskets. I guess this can be eye-powered, right? I hate this crap. I hate with a passion, a genuine passion, that Unity will not show you an editor field for a property. It has to be a public field, which is such dog shit, man. But I wonder if I can get around it by making my own editor, which might sound tricky, but I've already got one here. Mm. Mm. I don't know what I'm doing here. What's the objective? It's hard to say, really. It's annoying that that only has text field. Or password field. I just want numerical field. I'm gonna have to do the janky thing, aren't I? It's annoying because it discourages you from using interfaces. Lame. Although I think you can actually... Can you do that? No. I thought nowadays you'd be able to do that in an interface. Nowadays you can do all sorts of mad shit in an interface. I'm surprised you can't do that, honestly. This is such a lame workaround. Whatever. I should probably abstract a bunch of this stuff out, actually. Considering these are going to be exactly the same for every single eye-powered. Don't really want to have to do that everywhere. What's the objective of the game? Does every game need an objective? Mr. Tools? Is such a thing even required? What's life's objective? Answer me that. Exactly. Can't. I don't think I should be setting objectives for the player, honestly. I think it's disrespectful. I think the player should spawn into my game if they so choose, and they should have options about what to do. Some of them will be more beneficial to the player's experience than others. But is that the objective of the game? I don't know. I mean, obviously, yes, there is an objective. And the objective is to... Well, is there? No, there's just a bunch of shit you can do. I don't know if there actually is an objective. I was just saying words before, but I think it might actually be true. An objective implies... I don't know what it implies. Okay, Mr. Socket. You are draining power from utility items. And you are giving power this stored casket give power to required power. I honestly can't remember what required power even is. I think required power is how much power the casket needs per second. Although I don't think it actually calculates it properly. But I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think I can nuke this is powered property. I think I just invented it just for something to do. I don't think it's used by anyone. I think we just give it the required power. In fact, we just give it all the power we've taken. Yeah, that should be fine. So we take some of our own power. We give it to the casket. If the casket can't store any more, it'll give us some unused back, which we then recharge ourselves with. If we have a utility port and something is plugged in, we can use that to get more power. If utility port is null, if we don't have a utility port, this dot current charge equals this dot max charge. Then we don't need to worry about power. If you don't have a utility port, then it has to be assumed you have infinite power. I think that's reasonable. This guy can be eye powered as well. There's a lot of tidying of this code I need to do. I'm making a lot of mad changes on a whim. And I haven't done a commit in ages. Look at all these changes. I've got 0 discipline. But anyway. I'm gonna go to bed. Because I'm tired. And I'm still not feeling too peachy. But This was the fabled coding stream. Don't know how you guys enjoyed it, but I think we're going to do another one tomorrow. What do I program on at work? How do you mean? I don't understand the question, Mr. Tools. It was great. Yeah, it was good. I agree. Mr. Tools. What? Explain your question and I'll answer it. What type of programming do I do? What industry? Oh, right. Currently, I work in recruiting. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but basically, a recruitment agency. I maintain their system that manages all of their clients and people getting sent out to work and stuff. It's in education, so it's actually got to be pretty strict. But it's not as exciting as the work I used to do back in the day. But you know what? Pays the bills. Pays the goddamn bills. And isn't that what truly matters? If it pays the bills, that's a win. Yeah, exactly right. Plus, I get to work from home 100% of the time, which is a pretty big win. So, it's not too bad. Can't really complain. Quite enjoy it, actually. But anyway, I'm glad you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly did. Tomorrow, we will continue, and we're going to actually figure out what maintaining a casket does. I feel like we got too hung up on the doors tonight. I feel like literally everything we did was door related. Tomorrow, we're not messing with the doors. So maintaining sleeper caskets, that's tomorrow's job. Which means figuring out what stats they have. So power first. I guess first is they have power, right? That's fine. But then we also need, as well as that, as well as like power and coolant and whatever that they might have, they also need to have things that can go wrong with them, right? Because theoretically, they're going to be slotted inside one of these things, right? And they're going to be getting, all their bars should be full when they're in one of these machines. These machines are like giving them all the nutrients and everything that they need, right? Brilliant, happy days, living the dream. There has to be other things that can go wrong with the casket that prompt us as the player to remove the casket and bring it to our maintenance bay where we fix the other problems that are wrong with it before taking it back to its socket. So we need to figure out what can be wrong with it. I guess initially we can just say there's something wrong with it, and we can have a machine that fixes something wrong with a casket. Like, it'd be the most vague thing ever, but it would work. We could build that in and then build a generic problem solution framework around there's something wrong. There's something that fixes the wrong thing. and then we could expand that out to be real problems and real solutions at a later date. Maybe the Z-axis could be stuck. That is currently a problem with every single casket, which actually, before I forget, we just solved that problem. Cool. Well, it has been a pleasure. I'm going to go to bed. And you guys, think up some more door functionality that I can implement. I'd really appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your night, chaps, and I'll catch you later. Adios.